Hello everyone who joined early. I'm still setting up a few things. We will start in a few minutes. So yeah, hang in there and I'll be right there. Alright, I think we are good to go. Before we start, I want to quickly mention that I promised to do a short Q&A and gameplay stream last week. Apparently that's something you guys are interested in, so I'm trying to do this bi-weekly. As you all know, every single week we have at least 2 development streams, which you can also follow. And to add to that list, I will try to at least twice a month try to do a sort of Q&A styled stream where you guys can ask questions and I can talk a bit about the project. I think we are good to go. I apologize for the microphone quality, but my good microphone has broken. So this will have to do. Let's see. Give me 1 second. There we go. Alright, let's launch the game. How is the stream quality? Audio, video, everything good? On a side note, the concept art you just saw in the background was made by Roman Dubina, who is a concept artist of ours. One of the new pieces you might have seen is for a for the realm of Periite, a Daedric realm. which as you can see will be much more unique and cool looking in the mod. I actually prepared a character for today with some new weapons to show off, and per usual I will walk around the place a little bit and then start talking about design choices we've made to change certain areas, etc. I also have a cold, so if you suddenly hear a loud noise or the microphone just being muted, that's why. This is taking too long. I think we have an infinite loading screen on our hands, which is actually the first infinite loading screen I've gotten. Yeah, okay, we got an error. Let's try again. And yes, there is a new, well, it's not new, it's been there a while, but there's a main menu background now, for those who have not checked out our project in a while. It was made by Damien, one of our texture artists. It's not finished, but with the help of Griefsey and Kettlewitch, we made a work in progress main menu with a moving map, as you can see. This might also be worth showcasing. Again, this is just a placeholder. It's our credit screen, as it is right now. Right. So let's try that again. Someone asks, are you going to replace the loading screens with Oblivion lore and art? We are remaking the loading screens. We currently have new loading screens that are very similar to the ones you know from Oblivion, which I personally like a lot, though they might get remade. Oh, actually you're not supposed to see this yet. Luckily this video won't get uploaded afterwards, so the people who joined early got to see something that wasn't really supposed to be shown just yet. Not publicly anyway. Right. I guess we will start off with some highlands. More specifically, one of our new settlements, which we added to the world, called Cliffshire, which is, as always, a work in progress. As you can see, I'm really loaded with weapons. Oh yeah, something cool I can show off right now. It's one of the new weapons made by by Kettlewitch, which is Chilrend, one of the unique swords of Oblivion, with amazing detail. It's a work in progress version. Things that are going to be changed are the textures, the hilt, and all the metal will be replaced with silver. And the blade itself will be made longer. Currently it's too short. It looks a bit like a dagger in game, which I will show you. The sword itself is transparent, and it just looks freaking epic. You are seeing this on YouTube and YouTube and Twitch actually. The compression makes the sword look bad. Alright, I just checked it out on stream. If you think this looks good right now, it looks pretty bad compared to what I'm looking at in game. But I will try my best to show it off anyway. But yeah, it will be changed a little bit and improved. It also has a unique frost effect. As you can see, there are these little snowflake effects coming off of it. We haven't really decided if we want to keep it that way or go with Skyrim's frost effect, which is kind of like the mist coming off it that you can see right there. This little effect. But yeah, as I mentioned, it's too short currently, which you can see. Actually, I can compare it to another sword. Unless it decides to disappear. Okay. There we go. So as you can see, it's really short right now. But it still looks epic, and Kettlewitch has done a great job on it so far. It's not finished, and he will continue working on it. The blade in my right hand is actually another new weapon that was made by JRC. It's the Blackwater blade. It also has a really unique oh, I'm blanking, but I'm sick, so it's okay. I have an excuse. The sheath. Thank you. Which looks really good. As you can see, I'm really loaded with weapons right now. It's because of another mod I installed really quickly. So ignore that for now. Someone asks, will you be making a weekly update blog on the website? A weekly update requires a lot of time that most of us do not have. So I don't think a weekly update is happening. We might be able to do a monthly or bi-monthly update to kind of highlight what we've been working on with some screenshots. But I'm not going to make any promises right now. Alright, so here we have Cliffshire, which is a new settlement that Clef J made, actually. Clef J is in charge of the Oblivion Highlands, which is right next to the Gold Coast and the Gerald Mountains. As you know from Skyrim, the Gerald Mountains are very snowy, high up. It's basically Skyrim in Oblivion, or in Cyrodiil, for a small part. Then next to it you have the Oblivion Highlands. A little information about the Oblivion Highlands is that it consists out of big, sharp mountain cliffs. The whole area is pretty dry and barren. Not a whole lot of trees and plants manage to grow all the way up here. Grasses, for instance, are fairly similar to the Gold Coast. In other words, very yellow and dry. And so far it's turning out to be one of my favorite regions, partially thanks to Clef J's excellent landscaping. So this is a work in progress interior. Not really much to show here yet. Does look nice and cozy. You guys need to tell me if I have to turn up the in-game volume, by the way. I'm not sure if you can hear the in music playing. Good chance that you don't. Someone asks, what is Skyblivion? Skyblivion is a free mod that will be released when it's done. We don't really have a release date yet, but we hope to release it late 2018. The mod aims to recreate the fourth Elder Scrolls game, which was Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. Included in the mod will be all quests and DLC from Oblivion, from the original game. So essentially, it's a new. Well, actually, it's a remake of Oblivion, to put it simply, like a remaster. Everything isn't 100% like Oblivion, but very, very close. For people who do not like change and who hate the landscape overhauls that we've done, for instance, and the new weapons and armors, if you think these swords look like crap, then you're free to install the vanilla version of Skyblivion, which is an exact copy of the original game with 0 changes. Have you heard of the high elves? Have you guys seen the new Oblivion video, Oblivion 4? From the Valve brothers? It's great. Good fun. Okay, so one of the changes that we are making in Skyblivion is to make the world more realistic. One way to do this, for instance, is to add more is to add more settlements to the world to make it feel less empty. And with this settlement, for instance, we added a little farm which can supply the few houses that are down there. There's also some goats in this animal den or pen. There used to be goats. Alright, the goats got loose, it seems. But there used to be goats. I swear to God. So far, so good. Something I always like to show is the difference between Oblivion's landscaping and the landscaping done by us. So to give you a very rough example, on the right there we have Oblivion's landscaping, which is very undetailed. Oblivion did not have any mountain assets, so instead you got these empty hills, as you can see right there. So with Skyblivion, I almost said Skywind, Skyblivion, the landscape is more or less supplemented by more realistic and interesting looking environments with plenty of hidden treasures, points of interest to help promote exploration. Because there's no point in exploration if the player does not get rewarded for it every now and then. So that's a real big focus for us. No, there's currently no Clef J companion mod in the works, but we enjoy the idea, and it might get done. But for now we have more pressing matters to attend to, as I'm sure you can understand. Nice little eagle. Pardon. Will this be for consoles or only PC? Unfortunately, we will not be able to release the mod on consoles. I wish we could, but there are too many limitations that keep the mod from being released on the console platforms. Are you going to fix the shadow draw distance? Well, I'm currently running the game on lower settings than usual, so I'm able to stream at 1080p instead of 720p. So the shadows being janky and cutting out real fast has to do with me using lower settings than usual. I probably could shoot the bird. Challenge accepted. It's too early. Sorry about that. Ah, come on. Come on, you bastard. Okay, last shot and then I'm done. I'm done! Okay, one more. Okay, the bird lives. I suck. This is one of the other new farms that we've added along the way, by the way. It's very small. As you can see, they are growing corn, melons, blackberries. Something you may have also noticed are the new trees, the pine trees that David provided us with. Yes, we have to remake all NPCs. Their faces anyways. That is correct. So this place is also new, which I will show off real quick. It is the gate leading to Hammerfell. It's currently not being guarded except for this one Imperial Guard right there. But eventually there should be people up on the wall, maybe outside of it too. So this is one of the main roads leading into Hammerfell, which can be used for trade, supplying the region with troops. Something we thought would be very interesting to do, to kind of show that the other regions are not actually all that far away. Hammerfell will not be a playable DLC. Remaking Cyrodiil is a big enough task as it is. Though if you want to if you want to explore all of Tamriel, the Beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil team has you covered. Alright, give me 1 second, I have to ban a spammer. There we go. Alright. So as I mentioned earlier, this region has been worked on by Clef who is our lead landscaper for the Skyblivion project. Him and myself are in charge of the landscaping team, reviewing people's work, and we handle the new recruits that decide to volunteer to help our project. This is also a pretty interesting location that Clef made. It's a little hidden valley. Someone asks, can you change the Mage Guild quest line so I can join up with Manamarco when the question comes up? No, actually, we are keeping all the stories and quests more or less the same as they were in Oblivion. To give you a little overview of the area. So yeah, that's what good landscaping can do to an 11-year-old game. Yes, we are using the same voice acting from Oblivion. Animals will be added to the world. Currently the landscaping department is focusing on finishing the first and second pass of Cyrodiil. What this means is that the first pass is the general landscaping, the reforming of the area. For instance, with the Gold Coast, it should have been more of a beach-like area, so in Oblivion the Gold Coast was very hilly. We've made it more flat, which is the first pass. Then in the second landscaping pass you start adding more rocks, as you can see here. You start adding trees, plants, and then in the third and fourth pass you start adding clutter. You start focusing on fixing bugs, and then eventually when everything is more or less finished we can start adding, for instance, fish to the pond. We might be able to add some hidden treasure, for instance behind the waterfall there, maybe a traveler who, I don't know, was crushed underneath this rock, so you'll find a skeleton with a pouch of money next to it, or something along those lines. But we are leaving that more detailed stuff until we have made more progress across the board. Good question. As always, if there are people watching who have experience with the creation kit, people who might be experienced texture artists or 3D artists, feel free to join us on Discord. There are links in the description, as we are still looking for new volunteers to help us out with the project. Excuse me. That's another good question. So someone asks, you might hear this a lot, but do you plan on merging / working with the team behind the Bruma mod? The Beyond Skyrim team and the Skyblivion team are on very good terms. We share a few volunteers, so this means that a few people who work on our mod also work on Bruma and vice versa. And we actually share some assets too. In the future, I don't know, we might be able to work together more closely, but there's definitely some level of collaboration between the two projects to help both parties out. We actually don't need any voice actors, no. And yes, you can cast spells. If you do have questions on Twitch, please use @rebelsize so I can read the question more clearly. It gets highlighted that way. Someone asks, will smithing be implemented? It's something we can consider, but there's a good chance it won't. For the simple reason that it can make, or it can break gameplay, actually. It can be a bit overpowered when you can create very overpowered armor. Which also defeats the purpose of a blacksmith, because why go to a blacksmith to buy a piece of armor when you can just make one yourself? So I'm not saying no just yet, but probably not. Alright, give me 1 second to check something. Sorry about that. How is Skyblivion's Bruma? Currently unfinished. What about touch spells? Actually, Greavesy might be able to talk about that a bit, as he's been working on magic lately. If everything works out, we would like to add all of Oblivion's spells and spell mechanics to Skyblivion. Time will tell how easy this will be to actually do. Something else I can show off, it's not major, but it's a new rowing boat made by Marcus Liberty. As you can see, we have to fix something, which is the depth of the boat. Currently it's too deep, and Skyrim's water is so shitty that it goes through objects, which is not something that every engine suffers from, but we are working with the creation engine, and essentially your boat can be this deep beneath the water, or it will kind of flow through. But I thought I'd show it off anyway. What kind of hardware do you use for content creation, as in a tablet and whatnot? It kind of depends on who you ask. Our 3D artist Hakan, for instance, who works on the creatures, uses a tablet for his 3D modeling. Other artists, like the texture artists, use Substance Designer, sorry, which is a piece of software. But yeah, it really kind of depends on who you ask. We also have a musician on our team who has a certain amount of tools for that. But since I'm not a musician and not a 3D artist, I can't really tell you what kind of equipment they use. Most of us are amateurs or just hobbyists, so we kind of use the tools we got, which is usually just your PC or some cheap tablet. Are we going to release an alpha or beta version before open release? I'm not against releasing a beta or alpha. It certainly would help with fixing and finding bugs, but right now it's too early to tell. And something else we might consider is recruiting a dedicated Q&A team who can focus on finding the bugs. That way you don't have to rely on the community. Alright, so we are now behind or beneath the natural bridge that leads to our new settlement, Cliffshire. As you can see, there's the hawk that oh no, there it is. There's the hawk that I tried to kill and failed miserably at. And that's the road that leads to Cliffshire, with this huge waterfall leading down into the lake. Oh, and the reason why the boat is stuck in the what do you call it? The dock is because we only just replaced the old Oblivion mesh, and the new model was turned at a 90-degree angle. So instead of it laying flat out this way, it's going that way. So that's nothing to worry about. It's just because it's been massive or replaced on a big scale, and we have not edited them yet. So thought I'd mention that. Someone asks, let's say I want to make some 3D models for the project. What do you need? We are currently desperately in need for 3D artists who can make high quality armor sets, for instance. Also people who are familiar with creating creatures. Besides that, we have some slightly easier jobs, like miscellaneous assets such as debris, for instance, pieces of food like apples, oranges, grapes, clutter like plates, forks, knives, that sort of stuff. But even for the lower priority stuff, we still try to maintain a fairly high quality standard. So there are certainly jobs open for less experienced people, but do keep in mind that when you try out, we will ask you to make a test asset for us, which we will judge and give you feedback on. And depending on how well you do and on how well you can adapt to the feedback that we give you, you could be invited to join our private developer team. Someone asks if the mod is going to be free, and simple answer to that is yes. We do require people to own the original game. If you do not own Oblivion and the DLC that you want to have installed, it simply will not install. The mod will not continue installing the game. For instance, if you are installing Skyblivion and you own Oblivion without the Shivering Isles, our Shivering Isles add-on will not be installed. That's pretty much how it's going to work. Alright, so this is also a little hidden valley. Oh, and something else we need, for instance, for the 3D artists is environmental assets and architecture assets, such as bridges, walls, castles, tile sets for interiors and caves, architecture or environmental assets like rocks, big rock formations, and maybe unique rock formations that we can use, for instance, for Dive Rock, which is a very popular location from Oblivion. Do you need any writers for added content like journals and such? As of right now, we do not. If you have been following the project on YouTube for a while, I highly recommend you also go to our social media pages. You can climb your way back up, by the way, but I'm lazy, so that's the only reason why I'm going to cheat. But yeah, I highly recommend everyone to follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Reddit. You can also join our Discord server, which I will post in both YouTube and Twitch chats. If you see someone asking for our Discord channel, you can use the command !Discord, like the one I just used, which will post a link in chat to our Discord channel. We usually let people know on Discord if we plan to stream. We also post all our updates on there as well. And something that we post on Discord but not on Facebook generally are more of the heavy work in progress images. So before assets get finished, we might show it off on Discord and ask you all for some quick feedback before we work on it any further. And if you're not interested in those little work in progress updates, our Facebook and Twitter pages are probably the way to go. This is another good question from Rectangle. He asks, or she, are system requirements going to be the same as Skyrim or higher? Asking for those with low-end PCs like me. Generally, if you can run Skyrim on medium or low settings, you will be able to run Skyblivion just fine. Something that might scare people off is the fact that we are remaking all textures in 4K resolution. These are just for high performance PCs. If you have a low-end PC, then you can download lower resolution textures. So that's not something to be afraid of. We do intend to optimize the mod as best we can. Alright, and we are back in Cliffshire. This is a good place to end the stream for now. I'm going to make some dinner and then I can come back if you guys like. I can leave the stream on or come back in about 20 minutes. It's up to you, so let me know what you think I should do, and I'll either stop streaming or just let it run for a little while. All right, that's enough. Okay, I get it. Thank you for the quick replies. I will leave the stream on, and I will speed up the time so you guys can enjoy some new weathers, etc. Which have been made, by the way, by our excellent Stade. He has been working on weathers. I'm using an old plugin, so they have been improved somewhat since. Yeah, they have been improved. This should be good. Yeah. That's nice enough. Alright, well, enjoy the background. I will be back in about 20 minutes. Please inform people that I will be back if they ask about it, and I'll see you guys in a little bit. Alright, sorry about that. Took a bit longer than I expected, so let's get the show back on the road, as they say. You might notice actually something that I forgot about, and we are not sharing yet, publicly anyway, which is our new creatures. So let's move away from those real quick. Luckily this video won't be archived, so only the people who are still watching will be able to, or are the ones that are actually going to be seeing this. Alright. So, we are currently in the Shivering Highlands, a mountainy part of Cyrodiil. The lore describes this region as a collection of sharp cliffs, high mountains, and not too much foliage. It's fairly similar to the Gold Coast region, which is one of the driest parts of Cyrodiil, hence the name Gold Region or Gold Coast. It's named the Gold Coast because of its yellow grasses, because of the drought. Shivering Highlands are fairly similar as far as the flora goes. Lots of brown, yellowish grass, not too many trees up in the mountains. As you move down towards the Gold Coast, it starts to get more densely forested, and you will see some more greenery along the way too. This is actually a pretty interesting cave. Ignore the Falmer model, which is a placeholder for the goblin, which is the creatures that you actually saw back there. It's the new goblin made by Hakan Kamar, but it's not completely finished yet, and the behavior for it is also still being worked on. But this place is pretty interesting. It's a little cave with apparently a goblin who drank himself to death, with a little chest there and another hidden chest down here. No actual animated nifs just yet. I think Griefsy was working on those a while back. He was also working on the harvestable ingredients from plants. For instance, if I pick up this Nern root right now, the sound effect keeps playing and you don't physically see any change, even though you picked the Nern root. It's still there. That's something that Griefsy has been working on. Griefsy has been working on a lot of stuff, by the way, anywhere from the user interface to porting armor models to working on, for instance, as I said, the harvesting of ingredients. Great guy and a really big help to the project. I think he is in chat too, so if you see him as our Griefsy, give him a thumbs up, show him some love. That goes for everyone who is a moderator on the stream, by the way. If you see people in the stream chat who are moderating, it generally means they are a contributor / developer for the Skyblivion mod. A few people are volunteers who are not really affiliated with the mod otherwise, but for the most part the moderators are developers for our amazing project. Alright, I'm gonna show off a piece of highland that I've not shown that much before. The grasses you see right now are placeholders, by the way. This is actually interesting to talk about for a quick second. You can see the smoke in the distance, but because of the fog you are not able to see where it's coming from. So let's change that real quick. Oh, there we go, that was fast. As you can see, Kvatch is in the background, and as we all know, it's burning. It's under siege, under attack by the Daedra. It's an effect that stayed added to Kvatch, which works really well. Kvatch, as we know it, will be updated graphically too, like all the other parts of Cyrodiil. But we have not worked on it yet, so I won't really show that off too much. And someone sent me a message, so give me a quick second. Oh, that's great. Actually, I meant to show off the Blackwood plugin that you sent me, even though it's a very early work in progress, just to show kind of the progress that we've made there, or rather, you've made there. Sorry, I'm talking. That's not smart. I was talking to one of our landscapers who has been working on the Blackwood region, which is a swampy part of Cyrodiil, which we are overhauling massively to fit the lore better. This is an alien ruin. Actually, I didn't mean to visit this. I meant to go someplace else. Someone asks, are any of the major cities done or work in progress? If so, can you show some parts of them? No, currently all cities are exactly as they were in Oblivion. We do plan on improving them, but for the time being we are focusing on the landscaping first. Once the exterior landscaping is completed, we will move on to the major cities and interiors. This is not a fact, by the way. It's just how it's going to be working currently. If we end up recruiting a lot more talented landscapers into our developer team, then we might be able to start working on other aspects of the mod first or earlier. This part of the Jura Mountains was actually worked on, I think, a few weeks back, and ClefJ live streamed the process as he worked on Fort Ontis? Ontis, yeah. +1 for me for remembering. Sorry.
Well, well, look who we've got here.
Oh. Alright, let's use the new children blade for this. Oh, my mouse is not... okay. Well, that's interesting. My character's not working. Alright. Suppose this will do. Let's see if reloading the save does anything. It does not. What the hell did I do? Okay, let me restart the game real quick. If you are interested in joining our project, you can visit our Discord channel, which I will post in chat right now. And you can volunteer there. We tend to look at applications once a week or once every 2 weeks. So it might be a while before you hear back from us, but yeah, regardless of if you get accepted or rejected, we will get back to you. So you won't have to wait, even if you get rejected for nothing. This is taking a little long, so I think, yeah, we got an error. Let's try again. Sorry about this, but this is kind of what happens when you show a work in progress mod. It tends to crash or not load or have weird issues. We do not use the unique landscape mods as inspiration. We have our own concept artists and other sources of inspiration that we use for our improved landscaping. There we go. This is actually the new Blackwater blade by JRC. New sheath included, which looks very nice. I can actually show it off right now. Since it's been a while since I started, I might as well show off some other weapons that I showed off in the beginning. So this is the Blackwater blade. As you can see, it has a unique sheath. It's a unique sword from Oblivion. But I have something even better. Because Kettlewitch sent me one of his latest works, I think earlier yesterday. Yeah. So for those of you who don't recognize it immediately, this is Chillrend. It's a unique sword you got in Oblivion for helping a man defend his farm. You had to fight besides him and his sons, or wait, no, actually not the guy himself, but his sons were going to fight off goblins, and he asked you to aid them. As a reward, you would get this unique sword, which looks amazing. It's not finished though, so two things. First of all, YouTube is compressing the video like hell, so if you think the sword looks good already, it looks much better in person. As you can see, it has a nice crystallized effect across the ice-like sword. The sword itself is transparent like ice, and it has a unique frost effect. The engravings and everything you see on screen right now is made from scratch. If you look at the hilt, you'll see how amazingly detailed it is. But as I said, it's not finished yet. The gold texture will be replaced by silver to give it this more chilling look. On top of that, the sword will be made longer. Currently it's very short. I can show to you in game actually. If you compare it to Blackwater blade, for instance, you'll see that it is very short. So it will be made a bit longer. As you can see, this is the new custom frost effect. It has these snowflake-like effects next to it. or surrounding it rather, which look really nice. They might have to be edited to be made even smaller, but it looks really good and really fits the uniqueness of the sword. So yeah, I'm really loving this blade. Fun fact is that this sword has been my favorite sword in all the Elder Scrolls games so far. I always try to get this one as early as I can, even though the game tends to give you a shittier version of the sword if you get it on a low level. But I always run around with Chillrend. It's for some reason always has been one of my favorite swords in the game. And of course I always hated how it looked like a generic sword. So I'm really glad that we were able to fix that. As you can see, there are some issues with the sword because the engravings are illuminating. But as I said, it's a work in progress. Like pretty much everything else you will see today. Have we thought about creating our own development studio? For the time being, I think everyone is content with creating a free-to-play mod. Actually, a lot of our contributors, especially 3D artists, are people who are trying to get a job in the gaming industry. And one of the best ways actually to get yourself a job in the gaming industry is to work on big mods like Skyblivion. It's actually recommended a lot of the time when you go to college as a 3D artist or any other kind of game developer to work on community projects, to get experience, you know, working with a large group of people, all that stuff. So for a lot of people, the work to do in Skyblivion is portfolio work. Shit, I'm gonna die. As you can see, crap, I fucked up. One of the bandits got frozen because of Chillrend's unique effect, or paralyzed rather. But I killed her before she could fall to the ground, all frozen up. All right, I do need the lockpick. All right, so this is one of the lower parts of the Oblivion Highlands. It's a bit of a valley. As you can see, there are a bunch of rocks that over time have made its way from up the mountains all the way down here. It's a bit more green, as I mentioned earlier. The lower you get, the more overgrown and green the region gets, as these parts are a lot less dry and barren. I think I'm going the right way. I want to show you an alien ruin. I think I have to go back for that. An alien ruin that Clef J has been working on. Might also be a good time to change armor sets to kind of go with Chillrend. So Caesar's Legion asks if you will only get the unique sword, Chillrend, if you keep both sons alive. Answer is yes. Essentially all quests will function like they did in Oblivion. I actually think that if one got killed, you still got the sword. But I might be mistaken. I haven't played the quest in quite some time. Alright, so this is an alien ruin that Clef J has been working on. In the original Oblivion game, it was only one entrance leading into a huge interior alien ruin. So he decided to expand it, and as you can see, it looks pretty amazing. Yeah, there's a floating door. Don't worry about that. That will be fixed. But I really like what he did with the thing. I also love how the rocks have kind of crumbled down and ruined the whole place. Smashed it to bits. Okay, will you stop, please? Yeah, I really like the way this place looks. Now, something that we are able to add to, for instance, these alien ruins are, and this is I'm talking about something that we can add in the fourth and final pass, where we start adding more details. For instance, what you can do is, with a location like this, add a skeleton of a fortune seeker who maybe tried to dig up some ancient treasure but got crushed by a rock. He might be carrying some ancient artifact with him that you might be able to sell to a merchant for a lot of coin. Alright, I think Clef J forgot about this little smiley there. Well, at least the ruin looks happy because of it. But yeah, I think this place looks really epic. It's so massive. It's really nice. Now, the alien ruins are one of the most important. I'm not actually using an EMB, by the way. It's just for E and boost. I have all the effects turned off, just so you know. But the alien ruins are one of the most important and recognizable pieces of Oblivion as a game. So we are trying really hard to bring them back in a good way. One of our artists, 3D artist Liam, is currently working on the new assets for the alien ruins. We got the works from Marcus Liberty, actually, to work off of, and he's detailing those pieces to enhance them further.
Be gone, stranger. I have business with Kinnereth's shrine, and I will not be disturbed.
All right, lady.
Everyone's saying there's trouble in Kabach. The whole town destroyed. Only a few survivors. Stop talking. Enough.
Alright, so I'm thinking I should probably show you guys the Gold Coast, as I've shown the Colovian Highlands for quite some time now. I do want to stress everyone once again that everything you see right now is a work in progress, and I'm genuinely talking about everything. The weathers, for instance, are not done. A good example of this is the clouds that you see currently have been replaced this week by, I think, 4K replacers that have been made by Manga Club. The weathers themselves have been tweaked to be more colorful. So please do keep that in mind when you see something that might be odd. Feel free to ask about it, because there's a good chance that it will be fixed or replaced. Another example is the picking of ingredients. As I picked this plant, the visual appearance of the plant did not change. This was actually worked on by Griefsey a while back, and I actually believe that most of the plants ended up being finished and are now more or less pickable with corresponding physical changes to the plant itself. What lockpicking mechanic will be implemented? Oblivion's or Skyrim's? For the time being, we are using Skyrim's lockpicking. You have to understand that changing core mechanics like that are not as easy as we would like. What the f... Hello? What the... Who the hell is shooting me? Oh shit, there's a guy right there. Oh crap, okay. Changing or replacing... Damn it. Alright, he cannot dual wield through the favorite menu. Interesting. But yeah, replacing core mechanics is not as easy as we would like it to be. I'm not saying no just yet, but it's not likely. Christ. She got me good. Have you ever played older Elder Scrolls games like Daggerfall and Arena? I played so far all the Elder Scrolls games except for Redguard, though I did not finish Daggerfall or Arena. Unfortunately, I did not enjoy those games as much as I would like to, though I'm probably going to try them again with the Daggerfall Unity mod.
Oh, what's the mess? Does the baby wanna...
Shut up. So yeah, as you can see, the NPCs have some dialogue already. As you probably heard, she was taunting me in Oblivion fashion. Wouldn't have it any other way. I think one of Oblivion's strongest points was their dialogue and writing across the board. Quests were far more unique and interesting to complete, and it's one of the things that keeps me from going back to the older game. Will there be a chance to increase NPC spawn of travelers along the road besides a few guards and previous NPCs? Yes. Along one of our many overhauls, we intend to add more NPCs to towns and cities, and to the wilderness as well. Oblivion had a few traveling NPCs like couriers and guards, as you mentioned, but I do intend to maybe have some merchants, fellow travelers, and maybe adventurers who seek their fortune in the wilds of Cyrodiil. Good question. Is the skill system going to be reworked to be like Oblivion's with attributes, or like Skyrim's? It's probably going to be more like Skyrim. It's near impossible to make or to remake those skills in Skyrim. It might. I'm not saying it won't be done, but it's at the moment not likely. Our team is too small to actually work on little things like that when Skyrim systems are working fine for the time being. I do want to add on that topic that we plan to remake as many mechanics as we can. For instance, spellcrafting is something that we really want to reintroduce with our mod. Oh, sorry about that. But yeah, we do plan to reintroduce stuff like spellcrafting. It's just really hard to make, and it takes time and skilled and experienced people to bring that stuff back. Oh yeah, this is a good question. So someone asks if the viewing distance will be improved. Trees are currently popping out. Also, will there be a closed beta? So I'm gonna go to your first question and then I'll answer the second. So the reason why you see trees and rocks popping in and out right now which I can show off better with an example, is because we have not generated the LOD, which stands for the distant terrain. So as you can see right now, as long as or rather, objects that I'm near to get loaded into the game. As you can see, I'm standing right there, and around me, rocks, trees, and mountains are spawned and are visually in my vicinity. Now, as I move away from those mountains, you start to see these hills of dirt. And I want to say two things about this. First of all, this is the current LOD, and these will be replaced by LODs that are essentially a copy of what is supposed to be there. So you will see a low quality version of the rocks on the left, and until you get close to them, they won't actually be loaded in. So there's a fake version of this in the distance. Now, what I also want to mention is that this is the landscaping from Oblivion. This is what the landscaping from Oblivion looked like, and this is what we have made. Just to give you an idea of how much we've improved the physical world around you as the player. Now, on the topic of a closed beta, and I'm sorry if I'm stuttering and rambling, but I'm a bit sick and my native language is not English, so it does take some concentration to do this actually. Now, on the topic of a closed beta, I'm not opposed to doing this, but currently I have no real information to share on this, as it's too early in development. It might be a good idea to release the mod as a beta to a select amount of players to help us collect bugs and information to improve the mod's experience. We might also train some people internally who can act as a QA team, which stands for quality assurance. I can't really say anything about that yet, because we simply don't know. If you look at this tree right there, you can, for instance, see the new trees that we have used to replace the old trees. So in the distance you will see the 2D image of our old tree, which is not actually loaded in just yet. Here are our new trees, and you will see it pop in as we will get closer. There we go. So it turned into a pine tree. But that stuff will be fixed. We're actually trying to generate distant LOD as soon as possible, as we plan to do a big charity stream in the future where we'll show off more progress and have a bunch of developers in chat to talk to you people and answer questions and give you a more inside look into the development of a free community-made mod like this. We are slowly coming closer to the Gold Coast, by the way, which is the next region I want to show off. And after that I will go to Blackwood to show off the landscaping done by D-Keys. D-Keys, sorry. Alright, let's stand here for just a quick second so I can read some questions. Do you plan to make the cities open or have loading screens at gates? As we want to release the mod on both the 2011 version of Skyrim and the Skyrim Special Edition, we will be using closed cities. Having open cities of this scale will cause a lot of lag, which will do more harm than good, I think. Will the Nibonese culture be more eminent in Skyblivion? I hope we can make that happen, actually. Architectural and um, based on the clothes, you should be able to see a bigger difference between the Nibonese and the Colovians. I can't make any promises yet because this will put some more strain on our 3D department, but I really try my best to make this happen. One of our big aims for the mod is to make it, actually, believe it or not, more lore friendly than the original game. There's a lot of content and details that the developers behind the original game, the original Bethesda development team, left out, and we will try to set that right. Am I thinking of joining Beyond Skyrim after we finish Oblivion? No, no way in hell. I think that people don't realize how much time and effort we have to put into this project. This is not just for me, but this goes for everyone. After I'm done, or after Skyblivion is completed, I will take a very long break from modding, probably. I'll still be using mods and I'll be active in the modding community, but I won't probably won't ever be doing another project like this. It's a lot of fun, believe it or not. I make it sound really horrible right now. It's a great experience, and I've learned so much. I'm very glad that I've been able to contribute to this amazing project. But especially doing something like this for free, it really sucks the life out of you because you have to dedicate a lot of free time to it, and unlike a real job, you don't actually get paid for it. So yeah, I will not join Beyond Skyrim, though I wish them the best of luck, and we've been on good terms with them for a while. They're a great group of very talented people. I wish them the best, but I will not be helping them. I mean, who knows? Some of the other Skyblivion developers might still have some energy left to help them. Hello there. Okay, the reason why I'm not killing this guy is because I want him to use some taunts, if possible. Doesn't sound like he's gonna. Oh, nice. Kill cam. We are not trying to reinvent the wheel instead of using stuff from Skyrim. Quite the opposite. We try to use as many assets and mechanics as we can from Skyrim, but stuff like armor and weapons simply have to be remade. Same goes for the flora. The thing is that if we for instance were using Skyrim trees in this part of the world, it will just look and feel like Skyrim. The same thing goes with rocks. We can't just use Skyrim's rocks. They have to be retextured, and we have to make additional meshes to supplement the assets that we use from Skyrim. Because else, it'll just feel like Skyrim 2, if that makes sense. Cyrodiil's iron armor set, for instance, looked very different from Skyrim's, and it makes sense because the continents or the provinces are very far away from each other, and the smiths in Cyrodiil have a very different style compared to the Nordic people of Skyrim. So using everything from Skyrim, in my opinion, is a very bad idea. Now we have an excellent team of concept artists and 3D artists who are going to help us remake these armor sets from scratch, Actually, I think it's a good idea to show that off real quick. I have some concept art and work in progress images lying about. Let's see if I can find Matt. Right, so I'm going to show you guys the the chainmail armor, or the chainmail concept art and the actual chainmail armor, to kind of give you an insight into the development process behind that. There we go. And I'll also sorry, I'll also show you a bonus image actually. All right, there we go. Alright, so what I'm hoping to show you right now and it's not showing you anything yet. So let me fix that real quick. Oh, there we go. So what I hope you're seeing on screen right now there we go, is the concept art for the Cyrodiilic chainmail armor. Based on this, our 3D artist started actually I can put on some music. Our 3D artist started working on the actual armor set, and to give you an idea, here is the helmet, and here's the work in progress chest piece. Now the textures are still being worked on and they will be replaced, but it's kind of to give you an idea of what that's supposed to look like eventually. What's also nice to show is the steel armor set, which so far is my favorite. Which probably will be worked on next. Either the iron set is up next or the steel one. But this is the reason why we are still asking for new 3D artists to join our project, because we really need more. Well, not per se more people, but the more people we get, the sooner we can finish the project. Essentially, is how it works. This concept art, by the way, was made by Geese, who recently got promoted to be our lead concept artist for the project. But yeah, this is essentially how the steel armor set will look like in game. So I hope that's kind of interesting for you guys to see, because a lot of time and energy goes into the whole creative process behind the mod, which I think people underestimate sometimes. Right, so let's go back to the game now. Are we going to be using Oblivion's magic system or Skyrim's? A bit of both. We're trying to recreate Oblivion's magic system as close as we can. But yeah, time will tell how well that's going to work out. Right, can you guys real quick let me know if you can see the game again? I'm afraid to alt-tab out of the game, as it might crash. It should be working, but I'm not entirely sure. Alright, as you can see, there's a lot of rocks and trees floating around. It's because this area has not been worked on yet. As we go down further into the Gold Coast, you will start seeing some actual somewhat finished landscape. It's still very, very rough, but it gives you a better idea of what the Gold Coast region is supposed to look like. Will the economy be more or less like Skyrim or Oblivion? I wasn't much a fan of how simple it was to get 1,000 gold in less than 2 hours. The economy will be more similar to Oblivion, so you will have to kind of work your way up to get better gear and money to actually be able to purchase potions and spells and an actual horse. Which is one of the things I like best about Oblivion, is that it took you a lot of effort to get a horse. In Skyrim it was a bit too easy.
I'm waiting. Watch for minotaurs in the forest. Aggressive beasts. They'll tear right through your armor, too. Stop talking. Enough.
Yes, we are still in need of 3D artists. Okay, can you guys tell me how the audio is right now? I hope it's loud enough. It might not be. Will the money be gold or septims? Septims, of course. I can show you an Oblivion gate later tonight. Is there any concept art for the glass and elven armor yet? No, unfortunately not. Those are still being worked on. We are trying to work our way up from the more simplistic armor like chainmail and iron armor to more difficult armor sets like, for instance, steel, and then elven armor, Daedric armor, the like. Audio's fine. Alright, good. We actually could use animators, yes. We are using Oblivion's animations for creatures, for instance, but they... I forgot what the technical term was. Essentially, they are not using enough animations compared to the animations or the amount of animations that Skyrim can run, making them look a bit choppy and very rough. So if you are a talented animator, then by all means feel free to volunteer for a project, and we will get back to you as soon as we can. Do we have a set release date for the wonderful mod, or is it still undetermined? We do not have a set release date. We have within the project a an aim for when we will, or for when we want to release the project. Currently our aim is late 2018. That's when we hope to have finished the mod. Whether or not we will be able to actually make this happen kind of depends on the amount of volunteers that stay with us and join us later down the line. This is a volunteer-driven project, so without getting new people to help us, development can slow down in the future. Which is also, people often ask me why we make these update videos, as it's kind of pointless to keep teasing people when you're not going to be releasing the mod anytime soon. And the whole reason why we keep making update videos and do streams like this is to try and get more people who have not heard about the project yet to kind of share our work, so that maybe a talented 3D artist, for instance, will be recommended this by a friend or family member or whatever, and he might be able to ask to help us out. That's kind of the whole idea behind this. We try to reach out to people in order to gain more volunteers. And so it's very foggy currently, which is normal for an ocean, but it makes it very hard for you guys to see what's going on. So I'm going to change it to a clear weather type. Oh, this is actually not bad. This is kind of nice to show off for a little bit. I might need to up the brightness for you guys though. Will Daedric armor be like Skyrim or Oblivion? I felt the Skyrim Daedric armor looked better because it's not as exaggerated. The Daedric armor will be more like Oblivion. Now the thing is that everyone has an opinion. So me, for instance, I liked the Daedric armor for Oblivion because of the fact that it looked a lot more twisted and messed up. Which is kind of what Daedra are to me. Twisted, wicked creatures from the Oblivion realm. So I personally prefer Skyrim's Daedric armor set, or Oblivion's Daedric armor set, and we will be creating something more similar to this than to Skyrim's armor. Now, for people who don't want to see that for some reason, replacing it with Skyrim's armor set is very easy. So if you're one of those people, changing it to Skyrim's armor sets is very easy, and you can either do that yourself, or I'm sure someone else will make a mod for Skyblivion that will do this for you. Alright. I'm actually going to change the time of day so you guys can see everything more clearly. Stars are nice and all, but crap, I missed it. There we go. Alright, so this is the new and improved Gold Coast region. One of the major differences is that the Gold Coast is now more flat, and it has sandstone cliffs. As we've mentioned before, we try to make the world more lore friendly, even compared to original Oblivion's world, which did not take the lore into account at times. Now everything you see here is a work in progress. As you can see, the sand cliffs are very, very rough. The models will be either enhanced or replaced completely. We are also using a lot of Skyrim cliffs. We hope to get some new assets for our landscapers to work with to actually make this place look as good as it can and should. Before I walk away, this might be interesting. So this is a tiny fishing settlement. The people that live here create their own boats. They might deliver boats to the port of Anvil, which is that way. And they generally make a living by selling these boats and the fish that they catch further into the sea. So this is one of those things that we do to kind of improve the livelihood of Cyrodiil, make it less empty and more lived in by adding new locations. Once again, it's very early and very rough, but it was kind of a concept to see what we could do with this empty location. As you can see, there's a ship that's been stranded on the cliffs. It's one of those things that you will see as a player, and we hope that you will actually go to that ship, because there's a little hidden treasure as a reward for people like myself who like to explore every corner of the world, especially when something interesting like a broken down ship can be seen from a distance. A big difference to the Gold Coast currently, even though it's very early and rough, and the Gold Coast and Oblivion, is that the shore is far more realistic. In Oblivion, the shore dropped straight into the ground almost immediately for some reason, and we made it more shallow, so you can actually walk some way into the ocean before your character will have to start swimming, as you can see. Which for everyone or anyone who has been to an ocean will make more sense. Also nice little natural rock formations that make the place look a bit more interesting. Now, as inspiration for these changes, we generally use real-life references, pieces of lore that can be found in Oblivion itself, plus older and newer Elder Scrolls games, and of course the concept art made by our very talented concept artists, such as Roman Dubina. Let's actually show this little place off, if I can climb it. I mean, this is Skyrim, so any rock can be climbed. Will it have the same quests like the real Oblivion or a new main quest? This is a recreation or a remaster of the original Oblivion game, an unofficial remaster. It will have all the quests, NPCs and locations from the original game, plus a bunch of new ones that we thought fit well into certain locations. I'm actually gonna try and jump or hike my way up to this higher part of the rapid. There we go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. As mentioned before, everything is a work in progress, as you can see here, where the river is non-existent for a large chunk. Also, what you see here, this blob, is the old distant LOD, which is still visible. This is what it's going to look like. The waterfall up there is actually being fed by a groundwater source a little higher up, which turns into a lake and kind of finds its way down here and then leads into the ocean. Any thoughts of using Beyond Skyrim Bruma and bringing it into Skyblivion? No. The Bruma expansion is great, and I still hope to play through it somewhere this summer if I have the time. But we are doing our own version of Bruma. Don't Don't be such a coward, come on. Dun-dun-dun-dun. But yeah, we are doing our own thing with Bruma, which I hope can be as good as Beyond Skyrim Bruma. Yeah, good point. So someone says in chat that those seagulls sure are vocal. Oblivion's sound effects, which we are currently using, are really not great. I will shut my trap for a second, so you can hear how frequent these seagulls make noise. As you can hear, they kind of keep making noise every second or so, without there actually being any seagulls. So we do plan to improve the sound effects in the mod and add actual seagulls to the coast, and have those make noise instead of what I assume is going to be every tree and rock, because there's nothing else that could be making these noises. But yeah, good catch, and do not be afraid, because it will be changed upon release. I can actually show you the map real quick to show you how massive this place is. Now it's using the original Oblivion height map right now. It will be changed up a little bit, but this is generally how big the world will be. This is without the HUD. Looks really epic. So one other thing that we are changing, now that I'm looking at the Imperial City, is that we are adding farms to the Imperial City Isle, which is this place right there. Because in the original game, the Imperial City didn't have any source of food. So what we're doing differently is we are adding farms to the isle itself, and then to the mainland surrounding it at certain places, which can transport their crops to the Imperial City, where they can be made into bread, wine, for instance, from grapes, etc., to kind of feed the local population, which is something that we are doing across the whole of Cyrodiil. So more farms will be added around Bruma, Anvil, Leeuwin, you name it. Can a player fast travel from Skyrim to Skyblivion? Yes, they can. It is, however, not really recommended, as it's not lore friendly in any way. But you can travel between worlds, definitely. There should also be an optional add-on, an alternate life kind of thing, that will let your Dragonborn come to Cyrodiil by means of time travel, where he maybe opened up a dragon scroll, got teleported back in time, maybe he got asked to check out a local disturbance, which turned out to be an Oblivion gate, and upon coming closer he was sucked in and woke up in the Imperial City prison. There's a lot of options for us there. Maybe even something as simple as opening the book in Skyrim called the Oblivion Crisis, which will then ask you to, or if you want to experience the actual Oblivion Crisis for yourself and see what it was like. Stuff like that. Another good question from someone who asks, will you widen the Niben River? It doesn't look like big ships can get through at the moment. Yes, this is something that we've talked about ourselves, and I'll show you guys what I mean. So, Cyrodiil has a very strong navy, supposedly, and there are ships coming and going from the Imperial City. Now, if a ship wants to get into the Imperial City, they will have to follow the river down to Leowin and out into the sea. Now, currently, as you can see, the river is cut off by the city for some strange reason. So, technically, they won't be able to get past Leowin. So, what we're going to be doing is, I think, right now, the idea is to cut Leowin either in half or move it a little bit to the left and have a big either man-made river, kind of a gorge kind of thing, ravine leading past the city or through the city. Maybe just a big bridge with deep water underneath. Not really sure yet at the moment, but yeah, we do plan to fix stuff like that, so that ships will actually be able to get to the Imperial City. Will there be Turkish language support? The original Oblivion game has been translated into many languages. You will still be able to use those translations, as we have not changed any of the dialogue in the mod. Something else that might be nice to show is not a little hidden location. Within these rock formations, there's an open area where you can find some barrels with silver stuff that you can sell, which you can access through this little hidden opening in rocks. The Gold Coast has been worked on by Arksy, by the way, who is currently on vacation, but will hopefully be back, I think, next week to continue working on this place. You can see it's very empty, and once again, an early work in progress version of what I hope will be the amazing Gold Coast region. Alright, so we have arrived in the city of Anvil, which is Cyrodiil's biggest port city. One of the most iconic locations for me personally is the Anvil Lighthouse. As you can see, we've started to do some landscaping around the island supporting the lighthouse. Actually, at some hours of the day, there will be a lady painting the lighthouse from this location. She's currently not there, so I can actually wait for a few hours and see if she shows up. But yeah, this is one of my favorite locations in the game. Plus, there was this cool, a cool quest tied to it with ghosts, which was very memorable. But for those of you who have not played Oblivion to death, I will just not spoil that and let you enjoy it when the mod releases. What I can tell you right now is that one of my ideas was to have a bit of a scenic location on the cliff right there, where local painters and inhabitants will go to kind of have this beautiful look of the port. Currently it's not much, not anything actually, but I hope to make a cool little natural looking scenic high point from where a painter can paint the city, which I thought was a really neat idea. So yeah. Ah, that's actually the woman I was talking about earlier. I think if I wait about... Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, so should have been more patient. So yeah, this lady actually comes here every day to paint the lighthouse, which I think is really very neat. Something I could actually do is show you guys a somewhat functioning quest. This mod is 100% free, yeah. We do require people to own the original games, but no money will go towards the project, no. Alright, I will take a few seconds or minutes to answer some questions, and then we will do this quest to kind of show you guys that. Will the skeletons be as badass as they were in Oblivion? Yes. I mean, the Daedra were much more badass in Oblivion, in my opinion. But yeah, skeletons will be pretty badass too. How long has this been in production? It's been worked on for a few years, but development hasn't really been much until about 1.5 years ago. All the time spent on the mod before that was working on a stable base game for the other contributors to work off of. It took a very long time to port the original game to Skyrim's engine, and until we got a stable base game ported, we weren't really able to work on the mod and add new content to it and remake, for instance, the landscape. So it's been in like, as I will call it, quote unquote, real development for about 2 years max. Everything before that was being done by Zilev and Monocleas, who worked hard on porting the game, which so far has been one of the biggest tasks, so kudos to them. I do know Nerim, yes. Difficulty-wise, Oblivion was much more difficult than Skyrim. I hope it stays that way. It will indeed be more difficult than Skyrim, so no need to worry about that. Scaling will be much more similar to Oblivion. Do you have some kind of project leader? Well, the project was started by Zilev, who, with the help of, at that time, Orman, who now goes by the name of Monocleas, worked on a converter which they used to successfully convert a stable base game of Oblivion. After that, more people started joining, like myself. There's no real project leader. Every department has department leads who manage the people in their own department. For instance, the 3D team, who are recreating assets, is split into the weapon team, a separate team for armors, a team for creatures, and a team for architecture and miscellaneous assets. So each department has its own department lead who keeps track of all the work that's being done and the people that are in his own department. Same goes for the texture department, the concept art department, and the landscape department. Will it only be English? Voice acting will be English, yes, but translations for the mod will be made available, as Oblivion itself is already translated into a ton of languages. Alright, let's pardon. Let's do this quest real quick.
This is a travesty. A complete and utter travesty. The crystal ball is just sitting there in the hold, but I'll be damned if I'm going back on board. And nobody will help me. Nobody. Not with those spirits roaming the decks. I don't suppose you'll help me. No, of course you won't. Of course you can't. Nobody ever wants to help. That's the... Wait. Did you actually say you'd help me? Oh, how wonderful. I can't thank you enough. I've been going out of my mind ever since my crew was murdered. This is my ship, you see. The Serpent's Wake. I hired the crew to sail to Somerset Isle to retrieve a family heirloom. My mother's crystal ball. They made the journey and arrived back all right. But then, someone murdered them. All of them. Now their spirits are haunting the ship. The crystal ball is in a chest in the ship's hold, but I can't get to it. I made it as far as the captain's cabin, but the spirits nearly killed me. Get the crystal ball and return it to me here, and I'll make it worth your trouble. Here, you'll need this key. Thank you so much.
I like how this little NPC is drowning in the background. That's great. Okay, so to answer two questions real quick, the Skyblivion mod slash game, it's whatever you want to call it, will be 100% free. We will not require people to pay for the mod at all. As far as the release date goes, we don't have one, but our aim is to release it late 2018. Well, as you can see, we started a new quest, the Ghost Ship of Anvil. So let's equip our new unique children's swords and kick ass. For people who missed it, this is a new children's sword. It's a unique sword that you got in Oblivion. It's my favorite sword in Skyrim and Oblivion, actually. It's a work in progress version. It will be made longer. The color of the texture around the hilt will be turned into silver to give it a more chilly gold look. It was made by Kettlewitch, and they look absolutely stunning. As you can see, they are a bit short right now. They look like daggers almost. Did we not get the key?
No luck yet, But don't give up. That crystal ball
Yeah. Let's just unlock it.
means so much.
I know it needs to be longer. The problem was that the 3D artist who was working on this was using the original Oblivion swords as a reference, which were very short. To give you an idea, this is one of the other swords that was remade for the game. So as you can see, it's much longer. The tip of chill rend ends here, and the tip of the blackwood blade cannot even be seen on screen. So that's nothing to worry about, that will be fixed. It's partially my fault because Kilowitch had asked me for feedback and I gave it to him, but I failed to notice that the sword was way too short and I just took the wrong door. Damn it. Alright, so this ghosts that you're seeing currently are just placeholders until the actual ghosts have been remade. Let's take your gold too. And this gold as well. Yeah. Sneaky peeky. Oh, we can't go. My bad. Oh shit! I'm dying. All right, let's become invincible. Well, that almost got us killed. Shit, they do so much damage though. Christ. Alright, that was it. So we're gonna fetch the crystal ball and bring that back. But I know for a fact that there are some hidden gems and skooma. There we go. That we can take. Alright, so there was a bit of a delay between us picking up the crystal ball and getting the completed objective. But quests are very early and buggy at the moment, so that's nothing to worry about. That was not worth it. Is this worth it? Not really. Alright. Do we get support for this project like money support? No, we do not. Your health bar is bugged and shrinks in the middle. Is that normal? I think it's part of the user interface concepts that we have available within the Skyblivion modding team right now. I'm not sure if it's a bug or if the health and stamina are supposed to join in the middle, but if it is, it will be fixed later.
You did it! You actually made it back with a crystal ball! Oh, thank you! Here, please take this as a reward. It's the captain's enchanted cutlass. I managed to grab it when I was in his cabin before his spirit chased me out. Oh, thank you so very much.
You're very welcome. Alright, there we go. As you can see, the ball was removed and we got the unique cutlass. Now, one of the things that I do plan to make happen is having more unique quest rewards. For instance, the Red Wave Cutlass, where is it? Right there. This is just a placeholder model, by the way. Don't worry about that. But I do hope that we can make quest rewards like this a bit more unique. So, still have it look like a regular cutlass, but maybe add like a red letter hilt, or something else that can explain the Red Wave name, stuff like that.
Go on. They say that when you murder someone, the Dark Brotherhood comes to you in your sleep. It's how they recruit new members. Just leave.
Yes, this is Rebel Size talking and playing currently, for a change. Alright, so this is the city of Anvil. Nothing has really changed as of this moment. The only thing that's new are the trees, which have actually been improved this week by, or the last couple of days by State. So they will look even better. Other than that, it's still regular old Anvil, but we will start improving it at a later date. Will the zoom in on faces be an option? Yeah, it's actually a mod that's not affiliated with us at all. But people are free to install it or leave it out.
Is there something
Whatever they
with
like.
which I can assist you? Perhaps you're curious about joining the Mages Guild.
One of the reasons why, pardon, why I like the zoom in on faces is so you can kind of see the emotions as NPCs react to whatever it is you have to say. For instance, if you do a quest and you bring someone an item back, like the crystal ball, I like having the zoom in on the face so you can see their emotions as they are, for instance, happy to get their item back or see a smile.
As long as you're not a wanted criminal, there's a place for you in the guild. Are you interested? All right then. You're now an associate of the Mages Guild. Congratulations! You'll need to receive a recommendation from each local guild hall in Cyrodiil to advance in the guild and be given any sort of responsibility. They can be done in any order, but they must all be sent in to the council before you can enter the Arcane University.
Yes, there are plans to add bribery. As you can see, the quests currently don't have any real objectives because we have not written them yet. Oh yeah, Oblivion's story and writing across the board was miles ahead of Skyrim. My favorite thing about Oblivion is how unique the quests were. That's one of the things I miss the most, but it's also the reason why I still play Oblivion now.
As you are new to the guild and to the area, you are less likely to be recognized on your trip from Anvil to Kvatch. You will pose as a traveling merchant and will spend a night at the inn which is north of Anvil. After that, continue east along the road. Speak with Ariel Jurard when you arrive. She will be let's say, assisting you with your task. You will find her company most welcome, I believe.
Alright, so we started the quest and the objective has been marked on our map.
Some mages do not abide by the principles of the guild and operate outside its boundaries. Many hold little value for the lives of others. The frost burns found on the victims in this case indicate a mage was responsible for their deaths. Likely nothing more than simple robbery. These scrolls should provide sufficient resistance to frost magic when and if you do encounter this rogue mage. Use them wisely.
Alright, tell me if you guys want me to skip through the dialogue, but I thought it was kind of interesting to let you guys see some content that's been added into the game so far. So for now I will continue talking to this NPC, and if I see people asking me if I could stop, then I will just skip through it. So for now,
it's a sad thing to think that a mage would kill helpless
this is what I talked about earlier, by the way. You can see at her, like, her face was kind of sad and disgusted as she said that. So let's check that out again.
It's a sad thing to think that a mage
you see that?
would kill helpless merchants for the wares they carry.
So that's why I personally like having zoom in on a face, because you can kind of, I don't know, experience their emotions a bit more. But yeah. Lastly,
the inn lies north of Anvil. Speak with Ariel Jurard when you arrive. She will give you further instructions. Do not let your guard down. We do not know whether the inn staff is involved somehow. This is a harsh, dangerous task for you, I realize. Your unfamiliar face makes you most useful, however. And what better way to learn the
someone in
restoration?
chat
Application is often the best educator,
saying how
even in life and death
this
situations.
Minecraft mod is lit AF. It's funny. Alright, yeah, you're right. I should level up. Okay, the reason why people are so dickish to me and they're treating me like shit is because we have a an experimental plugin that introduced the
to earn a recommendation from me, you need simply
what's it called again? Oh yeah, the disposition game from Oblivion to the game. But everyone's disposition towards me is shit by default, so everyone kind of hates me, as you can hear. But yeah, let's actually just kind of do this quest and then have a jolly good time. Well.
Maik knows much, tells some. Maik knows many things others. Have you ever met anyone who got rich betting on the arena? Didn't think so. Have you heard about Clutch? They say that Daedra came from Oblivion and burned the whole city to the ground.
Do we have any golds? Not enough. Alright, I never cheat in Skyrim, so I'm gonna look up the command for adding gold real quick, so I can purchase a horse to kind of show you guys that. It was something with an F. I do know that. Alright, there it is. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, F. Alright.
Welcome to the Horse Whisperer. Are you interested in a horse? We have the finest white horses in Cyrodiil. None are hardier, and only the black horses of Cheydinhal are faster. Wonderful! Go out front. Ernest will have the white saddled and ready for you.
Alright, so as creatures are currently placeholders, the horse is actually a brown horse. Alright, so but you can just ignore that. Ernest is actually bringing us the horse though, so that is pretty cool. And we are on our way. No, I don't remember. Yeah, this is the right way. Okay. I was gonna say that I wasn't sure, 100% sure if this was the right way to go, but it is. So we can follow this road until we come or arrive at the inn, where we can do the Mage's Guild quest. Will Skyblivion have face-to-face like Oblivion? It's up to you. There's a mod that I'm currently using that zooms in on the NPC's face. You're free to use that mod or not. It's kind of your own personal preference. Alright, so we're at the inn. Let's find a way to, or find a place to dump our horse. Let's see if we can jump this. Yeah, we can. Alright. As good a place as any, I suppose. As you can see, other mods are completely compatible with Skyblivion, as I'm currently using Convenient Horses, which is updating its factions. Fix some of these. Alright, this place has not been touched yet, so it's a bit empty and it doesn't look too great, but it'll look a lot better down the line.
Don't bother me. Go away.
Alright, that's nice. Can you guys, thank you.
Hello, stranger. What can I do for you? Cariel has sent you, has she not?
Yeah, she
Speak
has.
with Christoph. Rent a room for the night. Once you have your room, I will meet you there. If anyone asks, you are a traveling merchant, nothing more. Do not say otherwise to anyone.
No, friend. I'm afraid I don't know the way to Cheydinhal, but good luck in your travels. Please excuse me.
Yeah, what she said.
Welcome to the Brina Cross Inn. Can I interest you in something to eat, or perhaps a bed for the night? Let me guess. Traveling on business? You don't look like you're out for a stroll. Ah, yes, thought so. We get many of them traveling through here. Well, we used to. Haven't seen as many lately. What with the, well, you know, the murders. I don't like to talk about it much, as it's bad for business. At any rate, would you care for a bed for the night? Right then. The bed is just upstairs at the back of the inn. Sleep well.
Thank you.
Go bother else.
Alright, so I think this is the part where the quest bugs out and doesn't work anymore, but I can guys, please get the fuck out. Which one is our room? Okay, so it's the one that's open. Alright, so I'll try to wait until like midnight-ish anyway to see if it works, but I think the quest did not work. Alright.
Where did I put that?
Go on.
Alright, maybe if we can, I can either try to spawn her up in my room, or I can just kind of push her upstairs, which I will try first.
Why do you bother me? Go away.
This is all very professional, as you
Why
can
do
see.
you bother me? Go away.
Game development at its finest, or game testing actually. I think this is where they say slow and steady wins the race, right? Oh no! Come on! Please, the other way. Thank you. Yes, yes. Keep going.
Make it quick.
Okay, fuck it. I'm pretty sure the quest doesn't work anyway. I can wait for like an hour, see if she pops up, but I doubt it. Bullet Whisperer, you know it.
What is it?
And she's down here again. Alright.
Go
Yeah, I
on.
think the quest just doesn't really update up until this point. Or at least it doesn't trigger any
I don't have time for you. If you're
things.
looking for trouble, you're getting very warm.
Alright.
Welcome to the inn. If it's a room you're after, speak with Kristoff.
That's nice. Alright, white horse, which is brown. Let's get out of here. Okay, so let's actually go to the Blackwood region. I think that D-Keys is going to be taking over the stream shortly. Oh shit. Yeah, I forgot about that. Wow. So yeah, the thing we're doing with Blackwood is making it an actual swamp, as it's described in the lore. This means we have to move the landscape down a lot. So this is where the place used to be leveled at. So it was this high up, which obviously for swamp is way too high because the water will try to find its way down. And we have lowered it to right about here, which I forgot, and it killed my horse because the original spawn point is still all the way up here. So this is where we spawned and we fell all the way down. So that's kind of interesting for you guys to see in action. Let's actually sleep here for the night till it's a bit lighter. Alright, there we go. As you can see, the area is very heavy work in progress. DKeys actually messaged me earlier today saying that he was pretty much done lowering the majority of the landscape, I think, which is good. Our landscape team works in passes. Pass 1, for instance, is to lower all landscape to this level, and then on pass 2 we can start, for instance, adding more depth to the place and more variation. So for instance, add some more hills around this area, some more bigger clutter like rock formations, make more little puddles like this and make them deeper, for instance, add some rotting trees, the like. And then in the 3rd and 4th pass we will start adding smaller details like treasure chests, more plants. So yeah, I think there's an alien ruin down this way. Yeah, there it is. So I see 2 people asking what Skyblivion is. Skyblivion is a free mod for Skyrim and Skyrim Special Edition that recreates the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion in the Skyrim engine. Now, as I said, this mod is free. Anyone who owns both Oblivion and Skyrim will be able to download this mod and play it. The mod includes all of Oblivion's quests, NPCs and locations. And honestly, it's a remaster of one of the best Elder Scrolls games in history. So yeah, that's pretty much it. As you can see, there are a lot of floating rocks right now, but that's because the area is very early in development. Oh right, so this is another thing. The distant LOD, which shows how high the landscape originally was, is still present. So as you can see, we are way below where or how high this place used to be. But this is all in favor to make the area an actual swamp, which is how it's described in lore, and frankly how it should have been in the first place. An alien well. Just the thing a traveler needs to survive the swamps of Blackwood. Right, so let's move towards that alien ruin and maybe visit that old fort down there. And it kind of depends on what time D-Keys wants to start streaming. Because he has to take over for me eventually, so I actually might just ask him. I didn't give it time. Alright, I think I might stream for another half hour, and then I'm calling it a night. I'm pretty sick anyway, so this probably isn't the best thing for me to do right now. Okay, once again, lots of floating rocks and weirdly placed trees. Don't worry about any of that. It's temporary until the whole landscape has been lowered down to swamp levels, basically. What's that? Alright, I think this is where an Oblivion gate is going to be located, judging from the red glow. But I'm not sure. Will this mod have voice acting? Yes. The mod will have the original voice acting from Oblivion. It's kind of funny walking underneath the old landscape. So once again, the aim for Blackwood is to make it more of an actual swamp, which is how it was described in lore. In Oblivion it was a collection of hills with some water here and there. So this is how high it actually used to be. Now anyone who knows anything about geography knows that water does not like to be above sea level. So we lowered the area to make it more, first of all, realistic for there to actually be a swamp, and also just make the area more recognizable as just that, an actual swamp, instead of whatever it was in Oblivion. It's not hating on Oblivion as a game. I mean, I love the game to death, but as far as the biomes and different areas and region goes, it did very little to distinguish them, in my honest opinion, which I hope we can improve. Not saying we are perfect in any way, of course. I'm sure plenty of people will dislike what we are doing, and for those people there's always the option to install vanilla Skyblivion, which is Skyblivion with 0 landscaping changes and just a perfect one-to-one recreation of Oblivion, Skyrim's engine. Yeah, the HUD that you're seeing on screen right now is a placeholder. It's kind of a concept art to show off the different features, to kind of show how the HUD will change from Skyblivion. All the art will be replaced. It's just like a technical demo of sorts. This actually is... can't talk. This area is actually one of the more, slightly more finished areas. What the hell? Slightly more finished areas of Blackwood. This is an alien ruin that D worked on his last stream, which I'm sure he showed off himself, but I will do it anyway. What the fuck? That's weird. What? And his eyes closed. Alright, the reason why I'm kind of creeped out by this is because I always call my Imperial characters Kalius, and this is exactly how my Kalius looks in Skyrim, besides the eyebrows. I don't know if that's a joke from DKs or DKs, or just coincidence, but that's kind of creepy. Anyway, this is the alien ruin that D worked on last time. I hope, actually, I really hope I'm not mistaken. I might have to check out the other side to be sure. Yeah, this is the one. Alright. Well, this is great. Okay, it seems that a plugin is conflicting right now. That's good. At least it makes it entertaining for you guys to watch. Oh shit, and I'm dying. Uh-oh. Alright, that's interesting. What the... Alright. Yeah, okay, so I think that was the Blackwood region for now. As I mentioned, it's a very heavy work in progress part of the Skyblivion mod. So yeah, let's check out something that doesn't make me drown. Will the Imperial City feel more busy and diverse, like it's described in the lore? Yes, most definitely. We've started making some minor changes to the Imperial City, which you will see in about a minute. And we will do our best to improve it further to make it more realistic, more lived in, make it feel more like an actual capital of Cyrodiil. I'm just trying to get a clear weather type for you guys, so everyone can see everything. Okay, so this is Way. It's the little inn plus one house before the Imperial City. We actually plan to make this a little settlement too. Add a few more houses, maybe a well at the middle of the little town. Because this is the Imperial City. It's the capital of Cyrodiil. And for instance, if you look at Amsterdam, you have the heart of the city and all kinds of little suburbs surrounding it, from people who have to work in Amsterdam and who want to live near Amsterdam. So we're kind of using the same reasoning for Cyrodiil. It would only make sense for more people to want to live close to the Imperial City for both safety reasons and economic reasons. So one of the changes that you can see already is that every gate or every gateway now actually has an actual gate that can be lowered to defend the city. Now there are 3 of these. And also the bridge is no longer elevating as quickly as it was in the original game. So farmers with carts full of their supplies are now actually able to make it all the way up there. Because in the original game there was this 90-degree angle towards the main gate, which was just really goofy looking and didn't make much sense. So yeah, now every gateway has a gate to keep people out. Now to further enhance the city's defenses, we are going to be making certain parts of the water less shallow. Currently you can walk from for instance, this Aelid ruin to the city with ease. So we're going to be making that deeper so that people are actually forced to use the main gate or the main bridge and not just walk to the other side, because that would make invading the city very, very easy. We will do our best to improve the Imperial City. We can make it much bigger because we ourselves are also being limited by the limitations of the engine we're working with. If we make the city too big, you will get horrible FPS loss inside the cities, making it very annoying to make your way through the Imperial City, which we really want to avoid. But we will do our best to expand it and make it more interesting and full, that's for sure. Something I mentioned earlier in the stream is that we have started adding farms to the Imperial City Isle. You can see some of the first ones right here. There's a windmill right there, and another one right there. And a little collection of goats, a wheat farm, which currently has no wheat because the wheat resource is still being worked on. And farms like these will be spread across this part of the isle, which is how the Imperial City will actually get its food. Because in the original game there was no way for the people of Cyrodiil to feed themselves, which is really sad. Because apparently everyone was starving 24/7. So we are trying to fix that lack of actual farms and are adding them to the surrounding landscapes. Now, once again, this area is a bit more finished than other parts I've shown today, but it's all still a work in progress. Anything can be enhanced or changed completely. For instance, I'm not a big fan of some parts of the upper part of the Imperial City Isle right now. It's a bit too cluttered and messy. Also, there's this destroyed pillar, I think, yeah, 2 right there, which I think don't fit the capital of Cyrodiil. I mean, those things would have been removed or buried or hidden. So yeah, even here there's still lots of work to do, but gives you a nice idea of how we're trying to improve parts of the Imperial City and make it feel more grand and realistic and diverse. I'm sorry if I sound boring right now, but I've been streaming for a little while and I'm getting a little tired, so that's the reason. Also, as I mentioned before, I'm kind of sick, and I'm probably going to be calling it quits sometime soon. So anyway, thank you for sticking with me up until this point. And I hope you guys are still finding it interesting to hear the background of some of these things. Okay, this is another thing I kind of want to show you guys. I will move away from the bridge a bit more until it unloads again. In the meantime, I will show you off this. So you see that the wooden pillar right there? That's going to be used to move goods to the Imperial City from the trade ships that are stationed or that are lying in the port. So as we all know, the Imperial City is a very trade heavy place. Merchants from all over Cyrodiil try to make their way to the Imperial City to sell their goods. So in order to ship those goods from the ship to the IC, we've built this little tower that can hoist goods up there and move it to the market district. So yeah.
Sorry? Only 1 copy of the Black Horse Courier per customer. He's that Imperial Watch captain that's always chasing after the Grey Fox and the Thieves Guild. Chasing after shadows, if you ask me. The Thieves Guild probably doesn't exist, and it's a sure bet the Grey Fox doesn't either.
Alright, well, thank you for the kind words, first of all. Someone asks, how much do you know and or work with the province of Cyrodiil for the Elder Scrolls 3? We do not work with them in any way, shape or form. I do know about the mod and I think it's really neat. But it kind of does the opposite of what we're doing, where they're recreating Cyrodiil in an older engine, and we kind of want to recreate Cyrodiil in the latest engine. It's still a cool idea, but yeah, we're not really working together with them. Oh, has it been 3 hours? That's long. Wait, let me check. For people interested, you can use a few commands in our chat as of recently. You can, for instance, type !uptime to see how long the stream has been live. Oh yeah, it's been 3 hours and 22 minutes. And you can also use the command !Discord to get people a link to our Discord server, which I highly encourage everyone to join, as we post updates on there very frequently, and we also announce it when we do a live stream for people. Alright, so this is the waterfront district, which is kind of the poor side of town. Currently it's pretty small. We intend to expand on it a little bit, make it feel even dirtier by adding more clutter, broken barrels, make it so that the houses are in even worse shape, add some shacks maybe to the outskirts. Stuff like that. You can also see the new light tower, by the way, which wasn't there before, which I really like. Or lighthouse, no light tower. Alright. I honestly think that that will do it for today, because I'm beat. That's not good enough. Right, I'm gonna take some more time to show you guys a few things, and then I'll answer some more questions, and then I think we are calling it a day or a night for me. So I want to show off a few more things before we leave. I want to show off some weapons. Let's save in case the game crashes. I want to show off some weapons and other assets, and then I think I'm about done. Do you search a translator for your website? Currently we have a few languages that we support. If you want to translate it into another language, feel free to do so, and you can send your translation in a text file to me on Discord, and I will have someone take a look at it. You guys can ask some more questions in chat. Oh, right. One thing I want to show off first before I sit down and show weapons is this. Whoops. So this was the old Imperial Bridge. As you can see, it was a straight line, and it had this 90-degree angle up to the main gate, which would make it impossible for a farmer to take his cart and horse up to the Imperial City. It also did not have any gates to barricade the entries with in case of an invasion. So the changes we've made, or rather Clef J has made, is, as you can see right now, to make the elevation more subtle. We also added some flags to the gate. and made these sort of little waterfalls. But anyways, the new gates make the city more defensible, and the more subtle elevation makes it actually possible for people to take a cart up to the Imperial City. So I thought that was kind of interesting to show real quick. So now I'll go back to the save we made and I will show off some new weapons. Are you expecting people to speedrun this remake? Kappa. It would be cool. I'm not really expecting anyone to do that though. But if the mod's released and people do that, then it would make me very happy. Will you be using custom animations for creatures, and have you worked on the Shivering Isles? Good question. Yes, we do actually want to use custom animations, and we are using custom animations. We felt that simply adding an Oblivion creature or a Skyrim creature with a new model wasn't enough, because seeing a goblin move like a farmer from Skyrim makes the goblin just feel like a farmer. So instead, yeah, we are using the original animations, so the creatures feel far more unique and like actually new, instead of just a reskinned Skyrim giant or farmer or chorus or anything else. Will there be new unique NPCs added to the world to make it feel more alive? Yes, definitely. Okay. So here's a weapon that one of our artists, JRC, made. It's the Blackwood Blade. As you can see, it's very nice. I have a sheath for it on my hip, but you can't really see it, unfortunately, because I'm sitting down. This is one of the newer weapons that that Kettle Witch made for the Skyblivion project. It's the unique sword Chilrend, which I'm sure you all are familiar with. It's a unique model. It's a work in progress though. It's not finished at all. Sorry about that. The hilt will be turned silver instead of gold, which it is right now, to make it feel more cool and chilly. As you can see, the engravings are very detailed though. You can't see it as close as I would like, but the amount of detail into the hilt is like insane. Plus the icy effect of the sword itself, for lack of a better word, is really fucking awesome. I mean, just look at how the texture makes it look like ice, like little ice particles. It's sick. It's really awesome. But yeah, one of the things that needs to be changed is that the hilt will be made darker, or more silver-like, and the sword will be made longer, because currently it's too short and it's kind of like a dagger. Other than that, it's perfect. Here's a new club. Not amazing, because it's just a club, but it looked good. So can't wait to bash people's heads in with that. The ebony blade. Now keep in mind that these weapons might get replaced later. If someone can do a better job, essentially the blade is going to be replaced, especially if they are unique weapons, because those are very important. The iron battle axe, iron bow, iron dagger, just the regular old iron stuff. This is kind of interesting to show. So this is the old ported model from Oblivion, and this is the new one from Skyblivion. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. The Sword of Jiggalag from the Shivering Isles DLC. the Maze of Molech Ball. And Volendrung. And that is pretty much all I have to show you guys for today. So I'm going to speed up the time a little bit to make it more interesting for you guys to look at the backgrounds. I will answer some more questions and then I am calling it a day, because I am tired as shit. So yeah, thank you guys for watching up until this point. If you have questions, please ask them below. Real quick, let me alt-tab out of the game. And go back in. There we go. Any possibility of adding Dwemer ruins to Cyrodiil? I knew I missed something. Generally no, but there's one Dwemer ruin that we added to the game, which, before people lose their minds, is lore friendly. And the game crashed. Alright, enjoy the concept art. I'm relaunching the game, so don't worry about that. But yeah, there will be one Dwemer ruin added to the game. Yes. Onely you can just what I meant was that you can just translate the website in a Word document or whatever and send that my way so we can have a look at it. Will there be a working arena? Of course. Wouldn't be Skyblivion or an Oblivion remake without the arena. Is the game still en route to being released beginning of 2018? Well, our aim has always been late 2018, not early. It could still possibly happen. Yeah, it's still our aim, but oh man, crashed again. What's up with that? Alright, let's try. Third time's the charm. What's your favorite race in the Elder Scrolls series? I personally love the Imperials because of their ability to persuade people to join their cause. The voice of the Emperor. If you have questions, please ask them by saying @rebelsize so I can see the question more clearly. Because there's a lot of stuff going on the screen right now, making it hard for me to read everyone's questions. Alright, there we go. Keith asks, how does this interact with the Bruma mod? It doesn't, because Bruma, or the Beyond Skyrim Bruma mod and Skyblivion don't have anything in common. Are we in need of more concept artists? Yes, but our requirements are pretty high. But yeah, feel free to apply as a concept artist. We usually respond within 2 weeks to applications. For people who want to apply to the project, I will leave a link to our Discord page or Discord server in the chats. There is a room called Volunteers Apply Here. Please go there and follow the instructions, and I hope we will be able to accept you into our team. We currently do not need any help with localization, no. How stable is the game at the moment? Actually surprisingly stable. I barely crash. I might crash a bit more than vanilla Skyrim, but considering how many work in progress plugins I'm currently running, it's surprisingly stable. Yeah, it's good. And of course, upon release, it will be worked on more, so it will be more stable then. Stuff like Daedric artifacts, weapons and armor that are shared between Oblivion and Skyrim, like for instance the iron armor set, will not get used. We won't use Skyrim assets for the simple reason that they just kind of rip you out of the experience. It wouldn't make sense for the iron armor in Oblivion or in Cyrodiil and the iron armor in Skyrim to be exactly the same. Looking at the Middle Ages, an Italian an Italian knight would look a lot different than an English knight or a German knight, because the smiths use very different techniques and styles, and the same should go for Cyrodiil. So yeah, the weapons and armors will look more Cyrodiilic. Now, as far as Daedric armor or Daedric artifacts go, it will be a bit of a mix of both. We will still try to make them a bit familiar, so that you can kind of recognize them from Oblivion, but at the same time kind of try to use Skyrim's improved designs where we can. How will we do the Martin animation turning into a dragon at the end of the game? Honestly, I have not given it any thought yet. There has been so much stuff that needs to be worked on right now that it's really not even important to start thinking about that now. We will figure that out when it's time. Is this mod compatible with Skyrim mods? Graphics mods, companion mods, etc. Yes. Those should work just fine. Oh, fuck me. Am I still showing concept art? What the fuck? What did I do? Ah, but the... Oh, God damn it. Well, thank you for telling me. God damn it. Will we have horse armor? Yes. I actually showed horse armor in our early 2017 update video. Okay, please tell me it shows Skyblivion now. If it doesn't, my streaming software might be fucked, because it should. Is there anywhere where I can see all your concept art, or is it private? All our concept artists have their own DeviantArt pages where you can find their artwork. There's also plenty of posts on our social media. So for Roman Dubina, actually, okay, I'm typing this in Twitch chat for people interested. Google this. And you will find most of the Skyblivion art I've shown tonight. Will Maik the Liar be added? Yes. Dizzy, we are not announcing anything. As I've mentioned before, 2018 is a goal for us. It's something that we want to work towards. If we don't make it, we don't make it. We have never announced an official release date, and it would be great for us if we could make 2018, but it's a very enthusiastic goal, and we are not treating it as anything else. Should we have the Oblivion game to play this mod? Yes, that's one of our requirements. What is the best Elder Scrolls game? Stupid question. Oblivion. Will you add all DLCs or only horse armor? We are adding all major and minor DLC. Don't worry about us being in a hurry, because we are not. We are taking our time to develop the mod. Of course, we hate to keep people waiting, but the mod will not be released unless it's completed. We do not plan on releasing a mess of a game. Can you add spears as a weapon in the game? No, but if you want to have actual spears with actual spear animations, then Skywind is the mod for you. Well, thank you very much, Trinity. Why do you need Oblivion? For legal reasons. We are still using Oblivion's storyline and intellectual property. It doesn't matter if you recreate every single asset from the original game, if we replace every voice line with new dialogue, because we are still using intellectual property no matter what, unless we rewrite the entire story. So, as a way for us to be able to release the mods legally and stay on Bethesda's good side, we have decided that people need to own the original game in order to play the mod. Still showing game crash thingy. Oh, damn it, that's even worse than concept art. Well, so sorry about that. Okay, I'm just gonna go back to concept art and music. That sucks. Sorry. Is there a main guy for your project? Not really. There are a handful of key characters who manage the different departments, as in any game studio or company. But there's not really like a boss. Why doesn't every developer have his Easter egg in the mod? They might. We are actually working on Easter eggs. Or at the very least, we are writing down ideas for Easter eggs. If we have time, we will introduce or implement a few of those into the mod. The concept art is done by our own concept artists, who indeed have volunteered to help us with the mod. Am I a virgin? No. Good question though. One lead whenever you can. Yes, Skywind also requires you to own Morrowind. And yeah, we will also rework the Shivering Isles DLC. Whew. Do you work with experienced game developers, or are they learning as they go? Both. We have some contributors on our team who are actual game developers and who are active in the gaming scene. Who got a job at a game developer or game publisher. But we also have a lot of volunteers who just do, for instance, making 3D weapons, etc. As a hobby. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. And then we also have a group of people who, for instance, finished college and got their diploma in 3D art or any other form of game development, and who want to kind of use the work they do for Skyblivion as stuff that they can put on their resume, which is pretty smart. And we try our best to help them by, for instance, sharing their work on our social media, linking their pages, like their DeviantArt pages, or their portfolio, whatever people can use to find them. Is there a way to see all the creatures you guys designed? Currently we only have one creature more or less completed, and that's the goblin. I could... yeah, I can show you that actually. It's not completely finished, so I might as well tell you guys what needs to be changed still. But it gives you a good idea. That's not the correct one. That's good enough. Alright, so this is the goblin that was made by Hakan Kamar. On the right you will see some feedback from our concept artist on how it should be changed a little bit. But this is more or less what the goblin looks like. Now I think I have another update on my hard drive somewhere. No, I do not. I do have a screenshot that I can fetch that I made earlier today. This is the first game that we actually got, or the first creature that we've gotten in game that uses the new animations and behavior, which is pretty exciting. Let's see here. So yeah, I killed a bunch of these. Okay, so this guy is good enough actually. As you can see, the fingernails are currently a bit goofy looking. I would like those to be. I would like those fingernails to be more blackish and sharp and broken like knives. Same goes for the feet. Goblins have animations that make it look like they are using their nails as weapons, which they are. So I kind of want to portray them a bit better. But so far the model is more or less complete. Hakan did a great job on that, and I'm really happy that about the way it turned out. But yeah, that's an example of what a creature can look like. Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings? Lord of the Rings. Sorry, I played the mod for 3 hours while answering questions and I'm a bit beat, so I'm just going to be taking a few more questions and then the stream is ending. If you want to see some gameplay, there should be an archived stream on my channel somewhere. No, we do not accept any form of donations. I will tell you guys that we are planning on hosting a charity stream this summer. People ask us a lot of the time if they are able to donate to us. Our answer is always no. So we would like to use those offers to hopefully do something good in the world, and we plan to host a big charity stream somewhere this summer. The idea is that we will stream the game for at least 24 hours, maybe show some behind the scenes development, show some gameplay, show new content that we've been working on. Overall, just have a good time while raising money for a good cause. Who makes decisions about what path to take in regards of macro ideas like color, mood, or art style? I myself am very active in this area. I guess one of my roles within the development team is kind of a creative director, maybe you can call it that. I'm very active within the landscaping departments, and I also try my best to give as much feedback as I can to our weather/lighting artists and 3D departments. Other than that, every other developer usually chimes in to give some feedback on people's work. What do you think about net neutrality? I think that America needs to get their stuff together, because it's a really bad idea to start messing with that. And I really hope that bill doesn't get passed. Do you plan on scheduling the DLCs for after launch, or do you plan to launch them all in one day? The idea is to launch Skyblivion with all DLC at the same time. After the mod gets released, we will be supporting it by providing patches that fix bugs, etc. But the idea is to release all content in one go. Are these artworks available to download somewhere? Yes, if you go to our Discord server, you will be able to download them from the Work in Progress tab. If they want to try that net neutrality shit in Europe, I will bust a nut. I don't know. I just really hope that they don't actually get that bill passed, and that it just kind of sinks into Oblivion and everyone forgets about it. Yes, horse armor will be included. Am I satisfied with my job? Do you mean job within the mod, the project, or a real life job? If you're talking about the project, I'm very happy with the job I have, and I'm very happy to be able to work together with so many amazingly talented people. It does take up a lot of time. I spend at least, I think, 2 hours every day talking with a number of people to discuss all sorts of things, to discuss landscaping, to give someone feedback on their work, to talk about new ideas, to talk about old ideas. I spend a lot of time talking to new volunteers. So yeah, I enjoy my job, but it's very time consuming, and it does suck the life out of me sometimes. Plus, next to the project, I also go to college or university 5 days a week. So that can be a bit hard to combine, and I have neglected my education at times, which is not a good thing to do, obviously. Phantom North asks, just tuned in, are we going to see some gameplay? I played the mod for 3 hours and we're trying to wrap things up, so I'm just answering some more questions before the curtains close, so to speak. You will be able to have Skyblivion and Beyond Skyrim Bruma installed on the same game. Yeah, no problem. Skyblivion is in its own world space, and so is Bruma, so the two don't conflict in any way. You can have them installed next to each other without any problems. Yeah, D. I'm about to stop so you can stream some landscaping. For the people still watching, another stream is going to be starting soon-ish, so if you want you can just keep watching and someone else will take over. How stable is Skyblivion? Can it run for an hour without crashing? Yeah, most definitely. We streamed for 3 hours and I think I only crashed 3 times. Stability is not an issue. Plus, oh, alright. So another stream will be in about an hour. Okay, so for people who are still watching, and if you want to see the behind-the-scenes process of making the actual landscape, making the forests, there will be another stream in an hour. So you can keep the stream open or set your alarm and you can join us then. I myself will not be there, but one of our landscapers will be, and he will be entertaining you. He is Irish, which is always great. So yeah, by all means stick around. Also, there's this little bell icon for the channel which you can press so you get notified when we live stream or when we update a big or when we upload a big update video. How long has the mod currently been in development? About 1.5 years. All the time before that was spent making a stable base game for the others to work with. When the mod is out, will you be able to download and install through Bethesda.net mods? Nope. The mod might, and I'm emphasizing might, be released on Nexus, but other than that will be released on our own Skyblivion website. Is it hard to learn this job? It kinda is, because you have to make a lot of free time. You have to arrange that you have a lot of free time to talk with people from all over the world. You need people skills and a good eye for detail. plus some miscellaneous skills that can come in handy. But yeah, I don't think it's the easiest job in the world, no. Yes, there will actually be... is the soundtrack complete and free? The soundtrack that you're listening to right now is the soundtrack from Oblivion. So if you own Oblivion, you have the soundtrack already in your game folder. Besides Oblivion's soundtrack, we will be adding a few unique songs to the game. A few unique soundtracks by a very talented musician, which I hope to be able to give you guys a sample of in the future. But yeah. We will have a custom launcher for the installation of the mod that will check if you own legit copies of both Skyrim and Oblivion, yes. Do these streams help motivate you guys? Yes, most definitely. It's very motivating to see how many people turn up for a live stream like this, to begin with. And, I mean, most of the time I just answer questions. But yeah, it's definitely motivating to see people support your project and you know, say nice things about the work that you've done so far. So that's always good. And what's always fun to see is that we have a few people who stream quite often on our pages right now. Most of these people at first were very hesitant to even stream anything because it's kind of nerve-wracking. It was very hard for me too the first time. The first 3 streams I did, I was not using a microphone. Up until that point we had not done any streams at all. No one. But yeah, at first I didn't even use a microphone because it just scares the shit out of me to have to talk to so many people. But after trying it the first time, I decided to stream again, and once again I shat myself. But the third time, it kind of got fun. So yeah, you kind of get used to it, and then it starts to get motivating. Up until that point, it was nerve-wracking, and it made me shit myself. But then it kind of got fun, and yeah, now I find it very motivating to sit down and take questions and show progress every now and then. Plus, people really seem to enjoy it, so it's a win-win for both parties. What about the adoring fan? What about him? He is in game, if that's what you mean. He has dialogue. I'm not sure what else you want to hear, but yeah. Will Skyrim work alongside the mod? Yeah, you can. When you start a new game, you get the option to play either Oblivion or Skyrim. It's up to you which one you play. So yeah, you can just continue on your Skyrim character and nothing will change, and vice versa. Was the song from Oblivion? There are some Skyrim songs, Morrowind songs, and Oblivion songs on my playlist, so I'm not sure. I can't really hear my own music because I'm talking. Well, I don't think actually Griefsea that shouts need to be disabled at all. I mean, your Skyblivion character won't even get to learn any shouts to begin with, so there's no reason to disable them really. I think anyway. Is the Akatosh model going to be improved? Yes, definitely. At least I really would like to anyway. Skyrim has pretty kick-ass dragons. Well, actually wyverns, but that's another discussion. If we are able to, I would like to remake it and make it awesome. But since it's only going to be seen once in the entire game, it might not be worth it to do this. So we'll have to see. But if we can, we definitely will. Will the old spells or new ones be in the game? Also, will custom spells be a feature? Our aim is to recreate all the Oblivion spells. Griefsea is actually working on this right now. Oh, and he actually answered your question too. So yeah, the old Oblivion spells will be added, and we are trying our best to reintroduce spellcrafting. Is Bruma going to be the same? It's going to be the same, but different. It's going to be better. Don't eat tacos on the stream. Alright. I don't think I've ever eaten a taco, actually. But good tip, thank you. I will keep it in mind next time. Alright. It's about time that I end the stream. I want to thank everyone who has been watching up until this point. Thanks for all the support. Please follow our project on all our social media. Follow the YouTube channel or subscribe to the YouTube channel. Follow us on Twitch. Visit us on Discord if you want to help with the project. If you think that you have a skill that you can lend us, by all means go to our Discord channel and volunteer. If you're interested in Skywind, you can also volunteer for that project. Either way is fine. We don't discriminate. Please do me a favor and thank your moderators in Twitch and Oblivion chat. On Twitch and YouTube chat. Yeah, it's been a while. And overall, just thank you again for all the support. It's always great to see how many people are looking forward to our work. And as I mentioned at the very beginning of the stream, I will try to make this a bi-weekly thing. I will try to stream some gameplay or just answer questions for a few hours every 2 or 3 weeks. As you guys seem to be really interested in that. So thank you all, and thank you to the moderators for keeping chat clean and answering questions. And have a good night. Oh yeah, also in a few hours another stream will start. Oh, I'm sorry about that state. But in a few hours actually, I think in about half an hour, our landscaper D Keys will stream some Blackwood landscaping. It's the swamp that we checked out in the middle end-ish of the stream. So be sure to stick around for that. And yeah, thank you. Have a good day.